Spin off the excess of my life, lines on my hand. I'm reading my own story now. Spin off the excess of growing up. I'm changing, wishing I could be a part of everything. Seems I really do care. Choose which way to go. Listen to myself or rely on you. Throw myself into this stream of life. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Growing up, daylights and stars become the same. Yesterday, I think I was someone else. Which way can I choose? Which way to go? Listen to myself or rely on you. Throw myself into this stream of life. Nobody knows.
the big parade. The dancing bears were there, the lions had their share, while the band played on. There was sweetness in the air, and we act like we don't care. We just float along. The autumn changes leaves, and dreamers make believe at the big parade. Will I remember you in December and the glow of the lights?
Hello there, Tiger. It is the good boy indeed. Probably the second time in the entirety of the comic that Bradley is genuinely smiling. By genuinely, I mean when he's not sneering at Nathan or at something that someone said, but rather smiling with actual, like, I'm happy. Probably the second time in the entirety of the comic that Bradley does this, but even though he doesn't smile very often, he is a good. What about you? How are you doing? Welcome, by the way.
Are you missing home? Are you all alone? Will I remember you in December count the ways of all the happy days. Fish in the sea to the birds in the trees. Clouds rolling in, but I'm still with my friends. Don't you love these rainy days? Like words on a page or up on a stage, dreaming out loud, head in the clouds. No matter the weather, we're still here together. Don't you love these rainy days?
This is our song, so take my hand and start to sing along. Don't you just love these rainy days? 'Cause in the end, I promise I'll always be your friend. Rain or shine, give it time, everything's fine.
Let me count the ways of all the happy days. Fish in the sea to the birds in the trees. Clouds rolling in, but I'm still with my friends. Don't you love these rainy days? Like words on a page or up on a stage, dreaming out loud, a stage in the clouds. No matter the weather, we're still together. Words on a page, up on a stage, head in the cloud, on a stage, in the cloud, on a stage. Don't you love these rainy days? Ain't it great to be alive? Wake up, a new day. Get out, make waves. An ocean of possibilities. Night skies to blue days. Reach up, a feeling, an ocean of possibilities. Ain't it great to be alive? 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 was a little bit older. Weight of the world on my shoulders. Wish it didn't feel so far. Going in circles in the backseat of your car. City lights look like stars. Wind in your hair, trying to act like I don't care. Wish it didn't feel so wrong. Now it's gone. I should be bigger, but I'm feeling small. Before you fly, you gotta learn to crawl. Don't wanna sound ungrateful, cause really I'm thankful. You've always been a rock. But I gotta roll, cause this is getting old. Won't conform, break the mold. Truth be told, part of soul, can't control what you can hold. I wish I was a little bit older. World is feeling colder. I'm growing up, doing what I gotta do. Faster than you want me to. Moving on. I'm growing up, staring in the rear view. Improvising, making do. Finally we're breaking through and growing up. I'm growing up, doing what I gotta do. Faster than you want me to. Moving on. I'm growing up, staring in the rear view. Improvising, making do. Finally we're breaking through and growing up. Oh yeah. I'm growing up. Oh yeah.
Hello there. Ray's Vented on Cardo Chat. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Just working away at this new comic page that I'm doing. Hello there, Aware Bear. Hi, welcome to the stream. And this is how I work. Yes. Instead of doing the regular sketch the way that people do, a sketch by using silhouettes and high contrast. It's I feel it's a much faster technique for getting silhouettes right, and then you can go from there with a little bit more accuracy and a better feeling what you gather when whatever it is that you're trying to draw, you can kind of already see it there in a way that you can't quite see in regular sketches by lines. Also, gotta say, huge fan of your work, Aware Bear. How's it going with you tonight? Where are you? Your white is winding. Your night is winding down. That's good to hear. Hope you're having a good one and having the things are, you know, looking up for you now that the week is getting closer to ending. You also said that art block is a big oof, and I will agree. And not only will I agree, but I will say that coming up with this sketching style is actually a result of an art block. I had an art block and I was thinking, like, how can I go about still drawing even though I can't sketch the regular way. I thought about, I looked around and people say, hey, try drawing differently, try using other tools and this and that. Try doing a warm-up sketch before the thing that you need to draw anyways. And whenever you do like those warm-up sketches, I always try something. I tried this sketching style and it worked out. Definitely recommend, it's a possibility, try out something new. Be it in what you're drawing or how you're drawing or when you're drawing or where you're drawing. Try something. That hopefully will help with the art block. Otherwise, hang in there, man. I know that our blocks can be a big oof, and I really like your art and I want to see more of it, so sending big positive energies for you. And also on YouTube chat, Luana says say "au," and "au" is not something that you say; it's something that you howl. Oh, kind of like that. Hey, welcome. Quite a surprise, but a pleasant one. Yo, or rather, Samuel says it's a moo, and yes, it is not a moo, but the moo. Except it is quite a perspective, and it's tricky. Get it going. And Aware on Picardo said this sketch style is super badass, not gonna lie, feeling super inspired in watching. We need to try this. Yeah, it's actually something I learned not from watching artists draw characters, but rather from watching artists draw backgrounds. Once I was watching how these people do um, scenery and background and such, and the way that they do it is exactly like this. They decide, this is gonna be an ocean, so they fill it in, like the bottom half with blue and the top half with white. So this is the ocean, this is the sky. Now here in the backdrop, we're gonna have mountains, and then they just pick like a different shade of gray and draw the mountains. Whenever they're doing details in the mountains, they start using different shades, but it's like they don't draw any details, they're just blocking it out. But they block it out like this, just in colors, shades of gray and colors and such. Now for a while there, I was trying to illustrate a sketch like this in a kind of black and white painterly style, and while it worked great, it was a lot of work, most of which was lost. Then I eventually decided, you know what, screw it, I'm just make it simpler and ended up arriving at this here format. F Climby, hey, jumping back and forth. Update your Picardo profile picture later. Yes, it's very old. I don't use Picardo. I started using Picardo I got back to using Picardo just when I started streaming these pages. Hasn't been a while. Hasn't even been a full month. But I will do that. Thanks for the reminder. And the name of the song that was playing before, it was well, as you can tell, this is a soundtrack from growing up, a very good video game. Previous song was Walk Your Way. A couple ago was We'll Always Be There For You. And 3 musics ago was First Steps on a Rainy Day. Be one of those. You're welcome. You're super duper welcome, Ducky. And where you say it, Star Wars reference, I don't follow. I mean, there might have been one there, but it'll go over my head. And you ask if I'm simul streaming with YouTube. Yes, I am. I looked around on the interwebs a while ago, found this this module, I guess, mod for OBS, the classical OBS, not the Streamlabs. For classical OBS, there's this mod that allows you to multi-stream, and it's actually pretty simple to install. And whenever you install it, you can set up like, well, the primary stream you always have to set up the same way as you always do. But then you can set multiple different streams, so I can like just redirect the stream also to however many other places I want. So I'm streaming to YouTube primarily, but also doing a side stream to Picardo. Actually, I guess Picardo should be the first one. I always streaming here. And yeah, it's a very simple way of multi-streaming, and I'm streaming it on Picardo because this is where people are mostly. But also I'm streaming on YouTube because YouTube automatically records streams and turns them into VODs, or video on demand videos for people to watch later. So all of my streams, they are being automatically recorded and uploaded into YouTube, so whoever ends up missing one of those can just go back there and check them. So it's actually a pretty nifty, crazy solution to the whole thing that I used to do before, which for Twitch is that whenever you stream, you have to go in Twitch and ask it to export it to YouTube. And for Picardo, for you to be able to record streams, you have to pay the premium, which I used to do for the longest time. But then eventually I stopped streaming on Picardo and I stopped paying the premium. And overall, I've stopped streaming quite a lot, so I have no use for the subscription thingy. And even when I stream, it's like once a week, these comic pages, so I'm not planning on going back to the premium they have. So the cheapest, easiest way of recording your streams is to have it on YouTube. Only downside is that, you know, you're streaming something that you can show on Picardo but not on YouTube, then yeah, multi-streaming is going to get kinda wonky. Might be ways around. Thus far I have not streamed anything, and if and when I get to that, I'll figure out what the heck's going on. Another big advantage of this sketching style, in a way, is that depending on how quote-unquote sleazy you plan on being, you can already say that this is the finished line art, and just since the insides are filled in with white, you can just throw on a multiply layer on top of this, color that, and coach down. Yeah, that's the line art, is color. Because unlike some sketching styles, whenever you're using lines, it can get kinda quote-unquote dirty. There's lots of like sketches around and about, and you have to do a little bit of cleanup before you can even see what's going on with the line art. And all this time is spent sketching and then cleaning up the sketch to do the line art. You could theoretically just do this kind of sketch and then just it's there, just coach down. Just refine some details here and there if as needed. Now where you said what you call sleazy, you call efficient. Yeah. I know that you're doing a comic. Love it, by the way. And that's pretty much how these kinds of things come from. Is that I've been doing comics for a decade now. And if you're trying to put out one page per week, you have to be very fast with how you do pages. And to be very fast, you have to come up with new techniques. Just new ways of doing things. You get a good workflow going. Every now and then you'll learn some new trick that, oh cool, this helps me increase my speed tenfold. Nice. And it's thing that people that do other kinds of art, like painterly commission, such, they know techniques of their own for like painting stuff, to mix colors and this and that. They know things that I couldn't possibly dream of knowing, because that's what they do. Their main things is doing paintings, digital painting. My thing is doing comics, so learned a lot about the medium. And aware, you said that you aren't fast. You need all the advice you can get. Sure, I'd be happy to some advice. In fact, I have no idea how, but eventually after this stream is done, I'll try and hit you up on whatever I can find you at. If not, I'll shoot you a note on. And if you're up for it, we can talk and discuss art techniques, whatever else. Another quote-unquote technique, this isn't particularly something exclusive to comics, but mostly benefits comics out of all kinds of art out there, I feel, is using 3D references, which is what I'm doing. I modeled this 3D background here a year and so ago for my visual novel, and so all of those things take my visual novel and this comic take the same universe. In fact, this scene, the exact same location, can reuse those assets very easily. Although, this is kind of a so-so thing, because if you're not super good with 3D, you're probably gonna spend a lot of time for not that much bang for your buck. So sometimes it's better to just learn perspective and tough it out with just a couple perspective rules just thrown about here and there. You're good enough with 3D that you can quickly model a simple 3D scene just to block out things. Yeah, it's super helpful. Some other people are particularly fun as far as 3D stuff goes, of using those posable character models that are available in and other places. It is certainly a whole lot of help, but sometimes requires a investment of skill, time, properly used. And I hate the perspective in Anarchy. So tricky to work with. Also, I'm not 100% sure I know exactly what is your schedule or for your comic. I'm sure you posted it somewhere and I just didn't look it up, but when do you usually update it? When do you decide that it's a comic update day thing? Also, hello there, Meerkat on YouTube chat. How you doing? Now to the real test. I have not drawn these characters in forever. Wallace and Nathan, Gavin and Gabriel. Let's see if I can remember from memory what they look like. And aware, you say that you don't have a schedule, you update it when it's done, you have another job. That makes it difficult to draw. I hear you. When I started my comic, a week, and I got to part 2, I spent like months not updating it at a proper pace. Because it was back in the days when I thought, doing comics is not real work. I need to find a real job. And then I found a real job and it was working. And it took up a lot of time and I couldn't really keep working on the comic. Up until like almost a year later when I was out of doing said jobs. Because between then and there I transitioned from one job to another, and then things went sort of downhill on that front, and I went back to making comics, and then I resumed the regular schedule of 1 page a week. In fact, before I used to do 2 pages a week, and then I decided, you know what, no, I'm gonna do 1. I guess I could only really truly do 2 pages a week because not only I had decided that, but before starting the comic I had drawn like a whole planning layout thing of the first chapter. I knew exactly what to do and how to go about it. All other issues were completely just reactive and done on the fly, no planning whatsoever. Amir Cat says, how are you? I'm doing great. Working on this comic page, last page in fact of this part. So after this is done, after this page is done, I'm also done with this comic called What You Want. And it's time to start a new comic. But not right now, not today. Definitely gonna give it a little bit of time before I start the next one. By which I mean a week. How about yourself? How's it going? And Sam says, being tough on yourself? Yes. I mean, that that was my reality back then. Back in 2013. When I didn't know about something such as Patreon, itch.io, Ko-fi, and those other things, I thought that the only way to truly get money by doing comics was to get published. If I didn't get published, I wasn't really gonna be making any money with comics at all. did complete the whole chapter of Golden Week, 40 pages. And the only money I ever got out of that was when I published that years later, and with the standing cameo that happened there. Of you know whom. Meerkat asks that they're gonna get married. I don't know. Like I said, this is the last page of this story, and once this page is done, I have nothing else planned for them. Oh, until I revisit these characters in the new story, in the past and mysterious future, I have no idea what's going to happen to them. I have not planned that far ahead. And you're doing good. You were working on your comic. Oh, that's great to hear. How's it going? How is that coming along? Hopefully it's coming along well. And aware you say Voldemort, he's the one that should never be mentioned, but not you know whom. The you know whom is also someone else that should not be mentioned. But those are two different characters. This is also an interesting dynamic, because now that I think about it, because Bradley is Wallace's boss. He owns the auto shop in which Wallace works at. I wonder how odd, or not, it would be for you to be hanging out with your friends at a bar and then your boss and his boyfriend show up out of nowhere. And you're like, ah, he is. Oh, damn. My least favorite part of drawing characters in a different scene slash place slash day that I need to come up with costume slash clothing for them. Which particularly isn't that hard, but I have not given this any thought. It, this is the aforementioned problem with perspective. Should both tell if this is correct or not. Also, if it isn't correct, and I can identify that it is not correct, how to fix it. That'll probably give me a little bit of a hint about probably not being right, because Wallace is a tricky character to draw, because his general proportions are kind of wonky and bigger else. Also, you also update quote-unquote character appearances between issues of the comic, between part 1 and 2. Give characters a little bit of a appearance update. And previously in Call Me Yours Part 3, Nathan had like a beard but also had very short hair. I'm giving him a cooler hair. Oh, the cooler set of hair. Suspiciously like someone would. Or their arms. We'll figure that out later. And now, see, Wallace's head is a little bit true. Should still be big, but less so. Also, hello there, the random wolf guy on YouTube. How's it going? Stream. Chilling and watching this comic page come to life. Quite the endeavor. So great. Glad to hear that you're doing fine. I'm doing fine myself as well. Working with. Make sure to figure out perspectives and proportions. Two of the three P that the artists hate to hear. Can you guess the third? Guessed porn. Third P word that artists hate. Now, to draw Gavin, and the thing with Gavin, from all the characters I draw, he's the one with the fanciest clothes. I need to figure out a fancy clothing setting for him to be. Can't think of what yet. Let's see, male. Male fashion T22. What will come up? There's some interesting things. Except that for that, doesn't sound so interesting. Looks like he's he's a ninja from Mortal Kombat.
Didn't think I deserved any better. No simple escape.
Some of these sets are interesting.
My muscles were sore from the weight that I bore on my back. But you banished the shadows when you opened the door. The light flooded in and I wasn't so scared anymore. So now I'll rattle the demons and make them afraid.
While that looks good, it's not Gavin's style. Also, hello there, with Emos. Boa noite pra você também. Como você está? Essa maravilhosa sexta-feira. Vemos, você que está vendo minha live, bem legal a forma que eu... Ah, muito obrigado. Fico feliz que você goste. Forma bem diferente, eu diria. Acho que eu nunca vi outras pessoas desenhando personagens assim, só dando cenários. Got that arm proportion and perspective wrong. And our bear, you say, oh snap, with Emos? Yes, on YouTube chat. Now I'm slightly concerned by your reaction, but I don't know what you'll make out of it.
I'm reading my own story now. Growing up, I'm changing, wishing I could be that part of everything. Seems I really do care.
Where you said that you're a big fan of With Emos. Really? I'm well, while you might be aware, I am not aware of who With Emos is. Não sei quem você é exatamente. Você faz arte? Tô interessado em ver, não. Nome não me é familiar.
Yesterday, I think I was someone else. Which way can I choose? Which way to go?
That is, if
Listen to myself or rely on you.
YouTube will allow links to be posted.
Myself into this stream of life. Nobody knows. Nobody
A little bit interesting now. A little bit more interesting. Looks like it could actually be Vemos, você disse que tenta fazer alguma coisa. Mostra lá onde eu consigo achar os trabalhos. Aonde eu vou. Digo os endereços que eu achar.
I won't look back. I'm writing my own story now. Growing up, daylights and stars become the same. Yesterday, I think I was someone else. Which way can I choose? Which way to go? Listen to myself or rely on you. Throw myself into this stream of life. Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
Also, we're back to the point in where the soundtrack is repeating already. Albeit very good, it's not super long. And reached the end. Now this is the first music that is playing again, so I'll have to go and play my other playlist. Hopefully it's still loaded. Don't think it is. Yeah, absolutely is not. But I fool it was. I throw up some songs in there and get something going. As soon as I remember which songs goes in that one. Go. What other songs? Lots of what's it called? Game soundtracks. Big fan of those. Probably hear those a lot. I happen to be near me and happen to catch the songs that I'm listening to, but most of the time. Sometimes I do come up with some weird stuff. Right? I loaded up a big, long, lengthy soundtrack. So already playing. I'm just gonna take a quick dip to the other side to see if I can find your art with Emus, because what you do. I think I may have found it already. Not yet aware of your work, so let me throw you a follow. Go back to back to work. And aware, you said that you need to be responsible and go to bed. I hope to catch another stream soon. Bye. Bye. Have a good one, and thank you so very much for stopping by. And have a good night as well. FC Climb, you say? Going, Doggle. 13. I'm at it. Now is the time when I struggle just with struggle. Figuring out the ever-living heck out of this character mission. FC Climb, you say? What a nice piano. Yes, this is the first song in the quote-unquote playlist that plays surprisingly in The Sims 1. The very first The Sims has a set of 6 songs for when you're in the build mode, all of which are played on piano. This one, well, these 6 songs that plays on The Sims 1 are just fantastic. It's some crazy manner of jazz that that a bunch of people got together and did for the soundtrack specifically, and because it was like it's an experimental game from an experimental game studio. There was so much experimentation going on that they just decided, you know what, let's just jam and do something. They came up with these, but they were not necessarily trying to come up with something specific, but they kind of sort of did on accident. My favorite is number 5. Number 5 is just so kind of somber in a way, but also very beautiful. Really gets your really the kind of song that you can lose yourself into. But this one is number 2. Whenever number 5 comes up, oh boy, that's when everyone loses their pants. And how goes your night, doggy? Good. And yes, it's Sims 1 was not quite literally, almost certainly was forever ago. See, Clever, you're thinking about doing your free time, such as play Dragon Age Inquisition again. A good game. Wow. Vemos, você já vai indo dormir pra acordar cedo da manhã. Certo, obrigado por ter dado uma passada aqui. Boa noite pra você também. Fica bem. Cuida. Doguinho, you lost your save file a long time ago. I also suffered from the same thing at least 3 times. Oh, how far did you get into it? I think that the furthest I've ever gotten into Dragon Age Inquisition was about-ish the time you unlock like the desert place. Desert-ish. That's as far as I've got. What about you? We're done with the desert place and the hidden temple within. Yeah, we're even further. But you never really finished the game, right? I think it's probably like a good idea to replay it, seeing as there's a potential new Dragon Age coming up in the next 4 years. It'd be a good time to get back into it. Besides, that's a pretty fun game altogether. It's just a bit janky. The looting animation is terrible and the inventory is so small. Was it? I guess it was, but I really don't. No game in existence. No game in existence will ever be jankier than the classical Tomb Raiders, and yet I love them to death. So good. Although I don't remember this looting animation thing. I do remember Dragon Age Inquisition having quite a lot of jank here and there. But despite the jank, I do remember it being like kinda charming. it still holds up. Good games for their times. Yeah. What was it? 2013? Almost a decade ago. No, it's probably 2014. 14. Sense. Yeah, nearly a decade ago. Have you ever played the previous Dragon Age games? Dragon Age Origin and 2? Keep hearing that Dragon Age 2 is just the bomb, like the best game, and that Origins like decent enough and has some quirky fun story bits. I have Origins, but I didn't like it. But it's odd. I actually did like Dragon Age Origins, mostly for the story, because the gameplay is, whoa, it's old. Definitely, like, you can tell that it's like, they're trying some new things with, like, storytelling, but by golly, the engine and the game mechanics is kinda like straight from the 90s, just with good graphics plastered on top of it. The thing that I really liked about Origins, though, is that whenever I played for the first time, I guess I played like a fighter, so it was like, whatever. Just went on with it. Then never played it ever again as soon as I was done with the origin story. Because that was the big, like, okay, now you can stop and rest point. And when I played sometime later, tried to play it, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna play as a mage. And the mage origin story is like so engrossing. It's I was really like, wow, I love this. I'm such a fan of everything that's going on in here. But then once you are done with the origin story, pretty much everything that you're just like booted into like, okay, now you're a Grey Warden, come here. And everything that you're doing and playing and seeing, like, all of it goes away, and you're like, whoa, wait, hold on. I was liking this. Why did you take me away from that? Because that introduction for the mage is just so... chef's kiss. Or rather, my mind then thought that it was. I don't know if it holds up. Been over a decade since I last seen it. And again, you say that the gameplay is really boring. Was it? I mean, it should be, but it's like trying to play Persona 1 and 2. Boy. But that's something that did not age well. Which is kind of weird in a certain way, because the Persona 1 and 2 not necessarily bad. Like, it's kind of like playing any other RPG like Chrono Cross or Final Fantasy VII. Like, yeah, it's dated, it's old, but it's fine, playable. The thing really is that if you play the newer Personas, that's what you're expecting and getting. This is not the same game I fell in love with. It's something completely different. Also very different in fact that... No. It's not the same thing. Bye. You didn't like the old games very much, unfortunately. Played 3 first, so guilty. Yeah, I played 4 first. Persona 4 was the first Persona game I've ever played, and it was quite good. I really liked it. But indeed, if you start with even if you start with like Persona 4, it's already hard to go back and play Persona 3. If you start with either or of those going back into Persona 1 and 2 is like, no. Although from what I hear, the story is very interesting, but the gameplay, boy. It's the kind of stuff that someday, sometime, whenever someone is playing through it, and like with some interesting commentary or whatever, I'll probably watch them play and see what goes on with it. But otherwise, like, probably gonna keep on steering clear for as long as I can. Yes, for as long as the dog howls, indeed. Dogs can howl for a long. So this is building mode number 5. They named it So Now What? This is such a good one that I'm gonna stay quiet while it plays. I can see why I'm such a big fan of that one. Again, you almost didn't miss my voice. Almost. What do you mean? This song almost so engrossing that you barely forget what was in the word talking. This here song, build mode 6, the struggle life, or rather the simple life. I don't know where I read struggle there. The simple life is such a good, also, like good song, but also so not as somber as the previous one and stuff. That it was actually ported later on, whenever they made the other The Sim games, the mobile ones. So like, what was it? I don't remember their names, but like, I believe it was The Sims Busting Out and The Sims, or rather The Herbs, just The Sims that live in the city. Those are old games, like PlayStation 2, GameCube era. But they also made it into the console, the mobile consoles, like the Game Boy Advanced, lo and behold. And me, being a pleb who got a lot of emulator games and did not have a GameCube, I played a heck ton of the Game Boy Advanced The Sims, both The Herbs and the other one. I believe it was just The Sims Busting Out. It was like simple ranch lifestyle or some nonsense like that. Not nonsense, but like I don't know the precise term to describe it. But in any case, it was apparently good because they kept making those. And I really liked the Game Boy Advanced version of The Sims because those games were just like bananas. It had like the soul of The Sims, but also had this whole degree of like, let's tell a story with The Sims, why don't we? And they hacking did. It was like, okay, so here's your objective. Follow this, complete this objective in a The Sims like-ish way to progress the story. And eventually the story would explain more things, unlock more places in the neighborhood that you could go, unlock more activities for you to do, more mini games. And the Random Wolf says, see you later. I really like your art. Thank you so very much, Random Wolf guy. I hope you have a good one. See you later, and take care of yourself. Bye-bye. And again, you say the PlayStation ones. Yeah, I remember. Love the PlayStation 2 Sims. Have I ever played The Sims 2 Castaway on the PlayStation 2? I have not. I did play a little tiny bit of the PC version though. PC version of The Sims Castaway was kinda odd. I think that they had a little bit more freedom with the console version because they were making everything from scratch. For the PC version, they were like, no, we already have the game here. Just shoehorn a bunch of systems in, and we're like, oh no, please don't. It's like the console version of The Sims was always made to be should not be so simulation based. It was meant to be more like action, quote unquote, based. I did play the regular The Sims 2 for the PlayStation 2, and it was weirdly fun because you could like play that in multiplayer. That was like, that's a unexpected curveball that somehow, weirdly enough, works. Cool. I think some assets were reused, but mostly it was just so much else that was new and interesting and like crazy about those console The Sims. And yeah, I don't doubt that the PC version was terrible. I didn't get to play the PlayStation 2 version of the other one. Definitely need to look at them a little bit later because they were interesting. I liked them. And Sam says you had a NES and a Sega Master System. Oh, you had more. You had the gaming console I didn't have. In fact, all of those games I only played because I had a computer and also because I had a computer and I was kind of savvy enough to get emulators and get things running on emulator. Otherwise, I didn't have those consoles. Would have been really nice to have had some of those. Then again, and that makes sense that we didn't. Games were expensive to go about getting right. And again, you say that they really reused the old system. You remember you played one of the standalone games of The Sims 2 and you just merged the base game folder with this one. And it worked and unlocked a lot of interactions that were missing. Kinda buggy, but it worked. Really? Well, then again, I guess. Yeah, that makes sense. There's no reason why that should not have worked. Because that's exactly how The Sims worked, sort of. It was this whole damn, what was it? I don't remember. Yeah, there was like a Castaway, which is you get abandoned in an island and you just make friends with a monkey and find civilization in the island. And then there was another one, I don't remember the name, but it was like castles and knights and stuff. It was odd. Kinda cool also. Sort of. And I think there was a third, and if there wasn't a third, at least they planned for there to be of that series. Yes, The Sims 2 Life Stories. Oh man. That is what they were called. And you know, I think part of the reason why they existed to begin with is precisely because of how good and interesting the Sims games for the consoles were. Because like The Sims for the Game Boy Advance, it's really great. So many mini games, because in regular The Sims you just go to work with a few moments and then you're back home. But in The Sims for the Game Boy, going to work was actually playing a mini game. And then you could choose like at which level you wanted to play the mini game, which was also tied to your skill, and depending on which level you wanted to play the mini game, you could get more money, but the mini game was much harder. And you could only work one mini game per day. Then you had to go to bed and take care of your Sims necessities, pay the bills, pay for whatever else you needed to do, and then the next day came by and you could divide your time doing things. It's, it was kind of like a management game more so than a The Sims game. I really liked it. And Sam on YouTube says your older siblings even had a Trine and an Atari, though. Though grayscale. Oh boy. I think we used to have an Atari like forever ago. Hmm. Like that was the only gaming system we had before the big event, and after that, the only gaming console we got to have was a PlayStation 1 much later in life. Much. Sam, you remember that your first computer was a keyboard that connected to a CRTV at Mattel Aquarius. Wow. And that's the funky weird thing, cause like the first computer, quote unquote, that you, well, not like the first computer I used was already an assembled computer that ran Windows 3.1, and that was it. That was the first computer I ever used. And I remember that back then nobody here in the place where I live had used computers until much later, like Windows 98 or Millennium. So I was like, wow, I'm savvy because I used much older computers that these people have never even heard of. But then I started meeting actual people that actually worked with computers, like high school years. And those people, like, much like yourself, Sam, they use things I never even heard of in my life. Like, what the hell is a Mattel Aquarius? Doggy, holy cow, 3.1, yeah. I'm old. It wasn't much different, to be honest. It was odd, I had less colors, but it wasn't that different. The only thing I truly really remember is that there was something going on with Paint, Microsoft Paint. I believe that the thing about Microsoft Paint that was different, I don't know if it was a feature or a bug, and back then it could have been either, is that whenever you had like the brush and you chose a color, you would draw with that color. But if you chose the eraser, it would only erase the color that you had selected. So if you selected black and got the eraser, it would only erase the black in the picture. So I thought, wow, this is a cool little thing. Then MS Paint in further editions of Windows apparently works quote unquote properly, so I was. And again, you say that the first one you ever used was Windows 95. I believe like Windows 95 came right after 3.1, so it's not that far cry from one to the other. I think that the big thing about Windows 95 is that it added more colors, because 3.1, if I recall, was like 16 colors and 95 were 256 colors. And it was only Millennium, I think, that they added the full color scale, like 16-bit colors, I think. Or that was in 98 and Millennium was actually 32-bit color scheme. Like, whoa, the whole rainbow of colors, wow. I think. And you thought I was 28 at max. I am 28. I'm a young doggo. So young. What's a baby? And Sam says you remember high-tech grade school comes with the color IBMs. I don't even know what those are. And you did also get a PlayStation 1 shortly before your little sister got a Nintendo 64. Wow. You see, for me here in Brazil, growing up, or rather not necessarily, as far as gaming goes, having a PlayStation 1 was so much better than having a Nintendo 64 because you could actually pirate PlayStation 1 games instead of Nintendo 64 that you cannot pirate the games. You just have to get the cartridges. And cartridges were kind of expensive. You probably only had like a couple. But PlayStation 1 games, because you could pirate them, you probably had like hundreds. And every time you met a friend that also had PlayStation 1, you could share games, sort of. Or at least that's what we used to do. Although a friend of mine did trade his PlayStation 1 for a Nintendo 64. Because he absolutely 100% wanted to play Mario. Then he got big into the Nintendo vibe. At some point afterwards, he got a GameCube, and we learned a very crazy thing you can do with a GameCube. Sam says, "Uh-oh, actual ages are come up." Yeah. Is this the portion of the night or the day that we start to reveal secret? Like each other's ages. And Dugin, you say that he's crazy, don't stick your dick in him. Yes, I will not. Absolutely not. And it has nothing to do with him being my elementary school friend. It's because he is actually crazy. Well, not actually crazy. I have my suspicions about that boy. With him being crazy, and not crazy, just like brainwashed by the church. But that's no here nor there. He got a GameCube forever ago. Traded his Nintendo 64 plus a bunch of money for a GameCube. Because apparently someone that had it didn't want it anymore and he got it. And then we learned the craziest thing about the Nintendo GameCube. Because he used mini DVDs, so you couldn't really... It was tricky to find those mini DVDs. However, I learned that you can find GameCube games on the internet, and you can burn them into a DVD, a regular big DVD, because finding mini DVDs for sale, like blank mini DVDs for sale, was nigh impossible back then. So yeah, here we go. Burn a Nintendo GameCube game into a regular DVD, however many inches it is. And then what we did, the idea that I had and thought maybe this will work, let's try it. I got a pair of scissors and cut up the DVD until it fit inside the GameCube. Fit and was able to spin, because you know the jagged edges all up the wazoo. Cut it until it was able to fit inside the GameCube. Could spin, and then was like, okay, all right, let's give it a try. And we tried it, and lo and behold, the game worked. We got the Wario World. Did that shenanigan. It worked flawlessly, even. I was like, cool, dope, awesome. Now we can do this. And then over time, we started perfecting the formula of cutting DVDs into mini DVD formats. Because, like, the DVD has, or rather, Laserdiscs, they have these many layers. Or compact discs, actually. They have many layers, and they're glued in some weird way. And if you're cutting them with scissors, the way that the scissors kind of press on them can kind of cause the layers to come unglued, and it'll like create like a bubble, and this bubble inside the CD is just wasted and corrupts all data, or not necessarily corrupts, but it makes it impossible for that data to be read because the bubble is not, in the orientation that it needs to be able to be read by the laser side. So we did end up kind of screwing up a little bit of data here and there with that technique, but eventually we learned how to perfect that technique to cause the least amount of bubbles possible. How, you will wonder? Simple. We had a grinder, and instead of cutting with a scissor, you can just grind the edges of the CD, eating away at them slowly but surely until you just had the usable data. And actually, it was like an industrial grinder, kind of. Not industrial, but like an automated grinder, so you can just turn on a button, it starts spinning, and then just kind of touch the CD there until it grinds it, sends it enough to make it fit. It was literally the kind of stuff that if he wanted a new game, he had to come to my house, and we would go through all of this work to make that happen, and then, like, yeah, you have a new game. Not to mention that we had to download the blasted game, and back in those days, my internet wasn't very fast, so downloading a game would take upwards of like a couple days. Could take upwards of a couple. Like downloading 1.5 gigabytes of data. And Doginho said it makes sense that it works. Whenever you record games on a DVD, you can see the data around the center. Yes, exactly. So whenever we were cutting, we would see like, oh, we created a bubble up to this point. So we would keep on cutting, but making sure that the bubbles would not go to the point where the data is recorded. So whatever is beyond that point, like, sure. Whatever is beyond that point can be cut, no problem. But the recorded portion of the DVD has to be protected. And so long as it doesn't get damaged, it works. And it would only work on the GameCube because the way that you put the disc inside the GameCube is that there's like a little nub in the center that you press the hole in the middle of the disc into that nub, so it fixates on that. So it stays there. If it were any other way, it would not work. Like, back when computers used to have CD readers, they were actually just a tray, and in the tray there would be a little divot in the shape of a CD. It would not work at all there, precisely because, you know, there's nothing holding the disk in place. So you put in there and it starts to spin, it would just fly inside your computer and screw everything up. Which is why we recorded the games first and cut them up later, instead of doing it the other way around. And no, dogging you, actually it's not Call Me Father inspired by real events, it's Call Me Yours, sort of. Because this friend is the basis for that portion of the Call Me Yours part 1, where young Nathan and young Wallace are together, like, watching porn, unquote. Because that was my friend. He would always come here, because I was the only one that had internet. Nobody else had internet at the time. So he would come here and be like, hey, can I use the internet? And I said, sure, alright. And I would just be lying in bed playing games, yes, and he would be browsing the internet with... he would get a flash stick, a pen drive that he had, and he would just go into the internet, start finding all the porn, putting it into his flash drive and taking it back home with him. I'm like, sure, knock yourself out. But like, I never really talked to him about that afterwards, and it's just the weirdest, randomest thing that happened. Well, not random and not weird, like perfectly natural, yes. But the fact that he never really acknowledged it in the many years afterwards is kind of weird. And not acknowledged in the way of like, oh, do you remember the times when I went to your home to download porn? Ha ha ha, good days. But acknowledge it in the way of like, you know, he's clearly seeing porn, he has urges, definitely. But he would never, I never saw him dating anyone. Whenever was like back in the whenever's like, oh, I'm dating someone. Our other friend from our trio was also dating someone, and he's like, nah, I'm just here. I'm working, whatever. I was like, man, how is it possible that we never heard him getting into any like romantic relationships before? And I thought for some time like, it could be that he's in the closet and doesn't feel comfortable to come out for whatever reason. But you know, afterwards, when I was in a ship, and instead of, you know, being coy about it and being like, oh, I'm going to see my significant other, I would just say, oh yeah, I'm living with my boyfriend. He's a man. He has a penis, and I also have a penis because I'm also a man. We do penis things together with each other's bodies. I wasn't very coy about it. I didn't say it out loud like this, but I was like, yeah, my boyfriend. And then, thinking like, okay, now that I'm, you know, coming out to him and talking about things in a casual manner, hopefully if he was in the closet and was like, oh no, whom do I talk to about this? Now that he knows that I'm there and friendly enough to him, I thought that, yeah, maybe now he'll confide in me and tell me things. But nay, he didn't. He was like, okay, alright. And so, I really don't know what's up with that guy. I was planning on seeing him like next week, so to get an idea of what the heck's going on with you. Please tell me about your nonsense. Tell me about this and that. Because my biggest fear, actually, my previous theories is that he's just like kinda hung up about things, and because of his upbringing, because of the way that he grew up, the way that his life is, he's not very comfortable talking about those topics, and it's like, nah. Mentally, that is, because outwards is just like, whatever. But internally, he's like, no, please, let's not talk ever about it. I'm ashamed. But now that I have a little bit more time to think and reflect about things, I fear, my biggest fear, is that he's got so brainwashed by church that he's, anything of that nature is unholy and impure and should not be pursued at all. And because he's like a weird guy, socialization wise, I don't see him like going out much for dates. Just overall curious, overall worried, overall like. And Doginho, yes, your dog senses almost got it right. Maybe, yeah, maybe he doesn't have time for dates, but I think that, in the 10 plus years that I've known him, actually no, almost 20 years, in the almost 20 years that I've known him, he's never once shown any inclination towards being like, oh, I like that person and I would like to, be closer to them in a more than friends way. Okay, alright. Never ever has it shown that, so I wonder if it's no time for dating or like no will. What I'm kinda hoping that is the case is that he's like aromantic. Yeah, aromantic, and it's like, okay, alright, I have urges, my body needs release, but I don't see myself in a relationship with someone else. I'm like, cool, dope, great. But otherwise, the alternatives are kind of grim. And that's right, hello there, welcome to the stream. Here, Rimworld music, yes, I got some of them playing up. This wonderful playlist that I have of fun songs. How's it going, by the way? And Doginho says, just imagine you guys getting together. Childhood romance initiate. Nah, I don't think anything would ever happen between. Because really, seriously, I just don't see us working. He's nice. Cool to talk to him, we can get super silly together, but I don't know, after all of these years I've done a lot of growing out together, and I don't know, I just don't think the me that I am today would work with him if his is still the same that of I've known past. Like, good friend to have, but not a good romantic partner to have. And again, you're gonna hit the sack. Don't hit the sack. Do not be violent towards it. Treat it with care and love. See you tomorrow. Keep up with the good work. Yes, I will. I will probably be done with this comic page in the next 3 hours, as far as sketch and line art goes. So by tomorrow, it should be super close to being done. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you for the conversation as always. Always good to spend time with you. I'll see you next time. And that's right, says got home from work, might play 7 Ghostwire. Ghostwire. I heard that, but I'm not entirely sure what's up with that. Please tell. Do elaborate. And Sam says, your little sister is still very retro and very console master race believing. I mean, they kinda can be. Mostly because if you're not savvy with computers, you can't just get a console and start playing and just have fun with it. You don't have to worry about system requirements, you don't have to worry about logging into your Steam or Origin or Ubiplay, depending on the kind of game it is. You don't have to concern yourself about, updates to your operating system going on. You don't have to worry like physical hardware upgrades to get this new game running. You don't have to worry about program incompatibilities, like I'm playing but now, boy howdy, my antivirus makes it that I can't play this game online. I wonder why. What can I do? Should I disable my antivirus? I shouldn't do that, that's dumb. And you don't have to worry about any of those things. You can just pick the console, pick the game, put it in and play, and it just works. So for those kinds of people, yeah, consoles are great. For people like me who uses their computer for both playing and working, and I would never replace my computer with it. Even if I stopped working, using a computer to work, my work somehow became, if I transitioned to traditional media and didn't have to use my computer for anything work related, I could just do everything work related from my cell phone, I would still have a computer. Because I prefer to game on a computer. While you believe that PC/emulation will someday rule all, and no, Duggo, most games fill the outer disk space with extra pictures and sound files. Depends on the recording method, the burning method. Mostly they would start burning the disk from inside and spiral towards the outside. Spiral core. There might have been some burning disks methods that uses the outer layers, but if you're like burning the disk yourself at home, it will probably burn the inner layer. That's right, says I don't know yet, about to find out. True. I hope you have fun with it then, whatever that is. To find out what it is about, tell me. I would like to know. But now I need to go back a little bit and look at Gabriel, because I quite... Oh, I'm opening the wrong file. Shucks. I didn't open this. Okay. Found something very silly that I made, but also very disturbing also. So he does have that nose thing going on for him. That I got right. Big ears that flops onto the sides, like a bowl. The I believe is what they're called. And a big kind of chin beard, being a goat. Also curved upward horns, very curved upward horn. And Sam says, yes, in writing the disc yourself, you could format to write from in to out. Yeah. Never knew that that was an option. Because so after some point we were just so used to burning CDs. Like, it was almost automatic. We would just put it in there, select burning and burn it. And that's it. And Daz, it says, I'm happy right now. I just get to chill with your BF and relax. That's great to hear. Congratulations, you, for having the free day. Chill. Now I'm confused. This song is in the RimWorld soundtrack folder, but it's not a song I've ever heard played. And this says after work, it's really nice. Yeah, I believe it. Sounds really great indeed. Good on you. Except that Gabriel has very, like, closed eyes. Did you know that the guy who composes like the soundtrack to RimWorld is the guy who also made the soundtrack for, well, wouldn't you know it, Roller Coaster Tycoon 3. And it was so odd because there's this portion of the game, well, one very specific song in Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 that is like, oh, there's like some acoustic guitar playing. It's a really nice sounding instrument in that composition. It's like, wow, this. And then there's one song playing in RimWorld, in the soundtrack, that is like, whoa, hold on. The instrument, the melody, all of this sounds eerily familiar. Where is this from? Thought that sounds like Roller Coaster Tycoon 3. Let me look into it. Then I did a little bit of research and found out that yeah, it is the guy. Very same. I'm like, man, who would have guessed? Which is also a call out for all of you to check out Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 soundtrack. If it is even available anywhere on the internet, because that's old. If it is, do check it out, because it's pretty great. Sounds very like RimWorld, except for it doesn't have the same, like, Western mystique themes. But otherwise, it's a pretty solid soundtrack altogether. And D'Artagnan on YouTube chat says, good morning, Doggo. Good morning to you too. Welcome to the stream. And on Picardo chat, Racour says, morning. Morning to you too, Racour. And I can't help but to feel a little bit suspicious, because your name sounds familiar, but I can't tell who you are. Like, eerily. Could always just sing it with, but someone there. But in any case, welcome to the stream. How's y'all doing? So, for someone that has thus far survived out of snacks, you can see the foolishness of my ways. Now, I'm hungry. Which means that it's time to time for me to stuff some further snacks into my mouth. Down it with some tea. As I... And that's right, says, apparently your driver is out of date. You mean your graphics card driver? Your computer drivers? Or do you have a driver, like a Uber driver, who's about to was going to get you, but they ditched you to go out on a date. It is a stretch, but it's another way to interpret that sentence of yours. And I'm not, I'm nothing if not big on looking for different interpretation for things. Which is how I'm always able to find losing lottery numbers. And D'Artagnan, he said that I is good. And after realizing that YouTube had the stream muted, so he heard nothing and I had to go back. Oh no. But thankfully now, you are no longer muted and can hear what has happened, transpired ever since, and what will be transpiring going forward. Which is me crunching on this delicious cream cracker while I drink some tea, and that should appease my hungry stomach for the next hour as well. This comic page, catching man. Who knows? And it's right, you've updated it so you can play Ghostwire now. Good. Have fun and tell me how the game is and how it plays, what it is about. Once you figured all of those things out. And good luck. Hello there, Comida. And yes, this is more comic work, as it turns out. Alas, I have a little bit of a bad news for you, fortunately. That being, I'm done with the sketching, pretty much. So, all that's left over for now is just double checking the sketch to see if everything's alright. And then, yeah, it's to do the line art. Everything does seems alright about this. The sketch here was done so very fast. This one here in the bottom took me a little while longer to figure out the perspective and all that other crazy artist nonsense. Just a little bit of double checking and then I'll be good. Start finishing it. And Commander says, "Oh well, it's still cool to pick in on things and you have it go in the background while you're writing." Yeah, always good indeed. Especially with my eclectic, crazy selection of songs. So that aside, how are you doing, Comida? How's it going? How are things over there with you? And Comida, you said that it's doing well. Closing on a business deal that's been in the works 6 months. So as long as it goes through, that's a lot of stress off your shoulders. Damn, yeah, I hope it does, yeah. 6 months is a lot of time to be talking and planning anything through. Or at least from my perspective, 6 months is a lot of time. What with mostly working with comics and that kind of stuff. 6 months is a lot of time for planning. Comida, you say 2.5 million real real estate deal. Do you mean 2.5 million Brazilian reais? Because that's a lot of money. And yes, Brazilian reais indeed did the conversion. Thank you. Still, it's so much money that it's from my perspective, that it's kind of hard to really get a feel for it. 2.5 million is just way too much. I don't know, like, what that would feel like. Speak. And you'd take a short vacation after, but you have too many other things going on. Yeah, I can't imagine. And Sam on YouTube chat says 11 years. I have been doing comics for 11 years, but it's kinda different. Like, because despite being 11 years, it's been 11 years of constant working and working on the comic, and not 11 years of like just planning and preparing to start something. Like 11 years of being like, oh boy, let's get this show on the road. Let's go back. Let's go back. If it took me 6 months to deliberate on something, I would probably I would not be happy. In fact, it didn't me take like that long deliberating on doing the Interdictor. It's a story that I had been planning for like some 3 years. But a lot of the planning had to do with me changing my mind on things as I realized that they didn't work out. Or I landed on the final version that is the one that most works out with all of the things that I had thought about, that I had thought for it. And yeah, that was like a lot of time just planning and almost drove me nuts. But the thing is that I was working on that on my own. If I was deliberating with someone else for 3 years on how to do a comic, I would also go nuts. Absolutely insane. Because that does not sound like fun at all. Sam, you mean that you have been stuck in Florida for that long? It is also a lot of time to be stuck somewhere against your will. Thankfully, those 11 years are coming to an end soon. Right? I'd hope at least. Now, this table on the bottom kinda helps a little bit with the composition, but absolutely destroys any illusion of perspective going on here. Just looks wrong to see this table in this perspective and then see Francis. Like, no, it doesn't work. It cannot possibly work. And in fact, it does not, because it doesn't. It just doesn't. It's a hacked perspective that I got. Doesn't really work. Because these are too many oddities of working with perspective. Is that perspective is great for backgrounds and objects and scenes and such. When you start to put dynamic characters into perspectives, things start to get wonky. Or can get wonky if you're not very good at perspectives. I'm not great at perspectives, so it goes super wonky. Oh no, probably people won't even notice, I would hope. Yeah. It'll be good. I think it'll be alright. Is that so, Desright? You can pet puppers in Ghostwire? Oh my word. Are there even dogs should be pet in that game? From what I've seen of the game's screenshots, there didn't seem to be anything. In fact, from seeing the game's screenshot, couldn't even tell what it was about. Oh. One has to make note and put this game on the Twitter, can you pet the dog? Is it interesting? How how does the game plays? How does it goes about? Tell me. That's right. More about Ghostwire. Because I'm curious and intrigued, but also I have not the time nor the energy to invest into learning how that game. Please tell me all you can about it. And as you said that it's a first-person shaman thing, you think, perhaps? You fire spells, you don't know how to explain. So, what's the objective? Is your objective to just pulling spells at ghosts? Is your objective to... Is there a story, or is there a place you're getting to? Is there much to it? And as I said that yes, but it's even harder to explain. Oh dang. I guess I'll never know what this game is about. And it shall forever be shrouded in mystery. Cause I will never, ever play. And honestly, invisibly, just because I don't have the time. Good night to you, Sam. Have a good one. For sticking around. Hey there, Meerkat on YouTube chat. You ask if I have a favorite comic page I have worked on. I wouldn't say that I do particularly. I guess if we're talking about favorites, I guess probably like the pages I'm most proud of, and those will always be the ones in which there's like a very big, very like fancy background going on. So I believe the last page of Call Me Father is a sort of splash, kind of Nathan in this urban background in which he's going inside of a train station, and there's a bunch of buildings in the background, and they're like ridiculously well done. I'm not even gonna be modest and say I am also very proud of how those turned out, because that took me forever to do. Then there's also, I don't even remember the number, but probably like around-ish page 10 of Interdictor, page 9 or 10 of Interdictor, in which there's this whole background of train station that the characters are at, and it's very well detailed, like the trains, train itself, the train station, the surrounding neighborhood with all the buildings and such. That comic I really went overboard with all the backgrounds. As far as favorite pages go, it's usually the pages in which I put a lot of work into the backgrounds, and it shows because it looks absolutely fantastic. Those are my favorite pages. Now, as for other possible criteria for favorite pages, it's usually a page in which some big point in the story or in the narrative kind of concludes. Those would be other like contenders for the title of the page, but those are very few and far between. Guess that another comic page that I'm kinda happy with. Wouldn't say it's my favorite, but I'm really happy with how it turned out overall. Is, I think, first page of Call Me Yours, part 2. Which is the splash of Nathan and Wallace laying down in bed after they've done the deed. And I found it very like, was a detail that I wasn't particularly hiding, but a lot of people thought that it was like a hidden something, and were pointing out to it like, ah, there's a condom on the floor. Were they using that? Ah, what gives? And I guess it was mostly them, the readers, just being surprised at the fact that, oh, we don't oftenly see these things in comics. What a surprise. I overall like that page because of the imagery itself. It's fun to have a page in which we can compare side by side Nathan and Wallace. That's fun. But it's also this page that there's a tiny detail in the background and people are like, oh, so fixated on that. And makes it feel like there's more going on in there. But no. There's a page in which I put a little bit of extra detail here and there. People notice it. I guess that makes that page a go up higher in my book, so I've done good. Mercat, you like this panel? It's cute. What? It 100% surely is. Those boys are finally getting together. You know, having a drink together. Well. In fact, every now and then I do like to go back to some certain pages and reread the comments people have left at them. Kinda remember a little bit of what was the overall general sentiment regarding these pages. Except I have not truly done that with the Golden Week in quite some time. Says I need to go back and reread some comments in the. Reading comments is always so insightful. Even if it's not something that I can immediately use, because usually Perfinity comments in the comic have come out for a page that has already been on Patreon for like a month, and whatever immediate consequence or reaction that comments on that page would warn me to is on the page that has already been done, so I can't quite react properly, timely. But it's still like interesting to read what the general thoughts are on those, because then even if I can't course correct in the immediate future, it gives me something to think about for the farther away future. It's always interesting to keep. So, I'll need to finish doing the quote-unquote line art for the background, but for the background I don't think I'll be doing line art on this one. I'll be doing a painterly thing with maybe just a hint of line art here and there, just to keep some things concise, but otherwise it's gonna solve this one with a digital painting. Not at all in the mood to draw a bunch of stakes for the railing. So yeah, this is afraid this is it for tonight. Not gonna be working anymore on these for now, but there you go. Have completed the line art for this page, the last page in Call It What You Want Part 2. Bradley and Francis arriving at the place, and then all of the friendos are there at the place. Just gotta put a little bit of oomph on the background, but other than that, it's done. as done as it can be, this page. Oh, the line art is. So not super duper happy with the perspective, but what can you do? Hopefully people get the idea that it's Bradley and Francis arriving to join their friends for drinks at the Night Owl, the bar, in which Golden Weekend, and in which comic series began. It's a very meaningful place overall. So, yeah, wasn't a very long stream tonight, or was it? 4 hours, 40 minutes. Yeah, it was long-ish. Not as long as the previous one, but then again, not as short. Got a lot of progress done with the sketch. And I guess that in the end, it kinda checks out if I'm doing many panels or fewer panels, because all those panels have to be filled with something, so filling the panel with something does take some time. An equal amount of time should have the same amount of filling / coverage with these. Go figure. In any case, this is it for tonight, you folks. I will be going to bed now. Thank you so very much for sticking around and watching. Hope you all enjoyed. Wanna see replay? It's gonna be on the YouTubes. Other than that, and here, bye.